Sports.
We are Blackmore. We are Ohio.
Well, for the first time in a long time, the Farmers are probably dancing right now. We haven't had rain seemingly in so long. Good for them, not so good for playing baseball. As you can see, the tarp is on the field here at Great American Ballpark, although right now it is not raining. But we're hoping to have baseball here tonight. Final 3 home games of this 2015 season. The Chicago Cubs in town to take on the Cincinnati Reds. Hi again, everybody, alongside the Cowboy, Jeff Brantley and Jim Day. I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds Baseball. These Cubbies, boy, what a year they've had, Cowboy. I remember going back to Arizona in spring training. You know, there was a lot of debate. Were they a year away? Were they good enough this year to make it? Well, lo and behold, they've already clinched a playoff spot, and they know they'll be playing in the postseason for the first time since 2008.
Well, you talked about Farmers. Well, the crops have come up early when you talk about the Cubs. They have come on with it. The young stars have arrived in a hurry. Not only led by Anthony Rizzo, but you've got some young players as well, specifically Mr. Bryant that plays third base. He has provided some kind of offensive powerhouse. And the pitching, what a surprise out of Arrieta. We saw glimpses of that last year, the addition of the veteran John Lester, and things are clicking quite well in Chicago.
Now, they have an outside chance to still host that one-game playoff against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Pirates still have an outside chance of winning the division. But for all intents and purposes, it pretty much looks like that's going to be a one-game playoff between the Cubs and the Pirates. We'll talk more about that later. On the Reds front, Joey Votto is knocking on the door at yet another Reds franchise record. Cowboy, this has been unbelievable, this run that he has been on.
Well, the offensive numbers are ridiculous. And anytime you start to mention Joey Votto with the names of Ted Williams, Pete Rose, Barry Bonds, that should tell you about the kind of run that Joey Votto is on in the second half. Those numbers speak for themselves.
Votto will be in the lineup tonight, and the franchise record is 48 consecutive games reaching base by the great Peter Edward Rose. So Votto trying to make it 46 straight tonight if and when we get started. When we come back, one of Joey's buddies is hanging out. That's Jim Day. And he's going to talk about the Cubbies. Another thriller yesterday getting a win. You're watching Reds Baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. Skipper, they are on their way to the postseason.
Yes, they are. And with the way that things have gone here tonight, the Reds, if you've got to wait around this long, you might as well win it. Might as well put it to the Cubs.
Joe Maddon in his first season came over, of course, during the offseason after managing in Tampa Bay, where he was so successful even with undermanned teams, at least as far as a payroll structure is concerned, playing in that American League East. Let's take a look at his starting lineup here tonight. Dexter Fowler in center. Kyle Schwarber, young man from Middletown High School, out in left field. Chris Bryant having a monster year at third. Rizzo at first. La Stella at second base. Montero behind the plate. Javier Baez at shortstop tonight. Dan Herron on the mound. Chris Coughlin bats ninth in right field. And on the mound for the Reds, making his sixth start, his eighth appearance, is right-hander Josh Smith.
Josh Smith, another youngster. Tom, you look at him and you say, all right, he's thrown pretty good the first time through the lineup. But the second time through the lineup is where the opponents have had their way with Josh Smith. And if he's going to be a successful starter, especially at this level, really at any level, you've got to be able to retire at least through the lineup a couple of times.
Well, those are the numbers to back up what you're talking about, Cowboy. You know, the first 2 innings in a game, ERA spectacular. Opponent's batting average 147, did not allow a single home run, but from the third inning on, it's ugly. All right, well, hopefully Mother Nature gets in a little bit better mood. For the time being, it is not raining, and we're hoping it'll stay that way the rest of the night. Dexter Fowler, the Chicago center fielder, 248 batters, 17 home runs, 45 batted in. Strike one, says home plate umpire Doug Eddings. And after a 2.5-hour rain delay, we are underway. Game 1 of this final series at Great American Ballpark in this 2015 year. Night game again tomorrow night, a day game, the final home game for the Reds this season on Thursday. Fowler dumps it foul off to the third base side. A lot of Cub fans here tonight. I mean, a lot.
And they've waited around a long time to watch this one. You can't miss that blue in the seats. You don't miss that, especially when you're here in Cincinnati.
Cubs arrive into town on the heels of a 1-0 walk-off 11th inning win last night in their final regular season game at Wrigley Field. That came against Kansas City. Chris Denorfia, a pinch hit home run on the first pitch of that bottom half of the 11th inning, accounting for the lone run in the game. 2-2 pitch. Back up through the middle. That'll dribble into center field. A base hit by Fowler. And for the kind of year the Cubs have had, even if you're not a Cub fan, what a way to play your final home game of the regular season and win it in this kind of way.
And Tom, that's really how the Cubs have won a lot of their ball games lately. Not a whole lot of runs early in the ball game, but from the 7th inning on, boy, they have been awfully good.
When you think about that, since 932, the walk-off wins, the most in Major League Baseball, 13 of them for the Chicago Cubs. Here's Schwarber. Schwarber knocked the cover off the ball his first month in the big leagues. And you hear about adjustments all the time, and clearly pitchers have found a hole or two. Although the production numbers are just outstanding for Schwarber, a little more than 60 games, and he's driven in 43 runs.
Well, one thing that we do know about Kyle Schwarber, he can handle the ball middle in with the best of them. Not only to pull the ball down the right field line, but when he has 2 strikes and you try to come in, he'll shoot it right over the shortstop's head.
Nearly a quarter of his runs batted in have come against his hometown team, the Cincinnati Reds. Smith threw a lot of strikes down in the minor leagues, but in his first go around with the big league club this year, made a couple of spot starts, and Cowboy had a really hard time finding the strike zone. In 23 innings, he has walked 16 batters.
Well, that happens with a lot of young pitchers coming to the big leagues. You hear the phrase all the time, you've got to trust your stuff on the mound. It's very difficult when it's your first time around, even your second time around. But in order to be successful up here, you have to trust who you are and let the batters tell you what kind of changes that you have to make. But if you're throwing the ball out of the strike zone all the time, I don't care if you throw the ball 100 miles an hour, you're not going to get people out.
There's a walk, so the first two on here in the Chicago first inning. Take a look at the Reds on defense, presented by Ford. Duvall, the nod out in left field. Bourgeois in center. Jay Bruce in right. A second straight day off for Brandon Phillips.
And no injury really that we know of.
No, Brian Price made the comments Sunday that he felt, Brandon was a little bit tired and was going to give him the day off yesterday in D.C. That makeup game for a rain out earlier this summer, but not in there tonight.
Well, you would expect to have a veteran player get an off day in Washington. They're out of it. But against the Cubs, the Pirates, the Cardinals, you expect to have your starting nine in there, your regular guys in the lineup. Not really sure what's up with that.
What a year as advertised it has been for Kris Bryant. All the talk in spring training, and of course they decided not to bring him to Chicago from Arizona when the season began, and they were talking about, a franchise that hasn't won a World Series since 1908, hasn't been to a World Series since 1945. Your best player, and he was their best player in spring training. In fact, he had more home runs than any player in all of baseball, Arizona or Florida, during spring training games. But they decided to send him into the minor leagues. He's gone on strikes for the first out of the inning. But his next RBI will be his 100th run batted in.
Chased a slider well out of the strike zone. Maybe trying to get that 100th RBI a little too much.
So the first out of the inning, and here's the first baseman Anthony Rizzo, 278 batter, 30 home runs. He's 5 runs batted in shy of the century mark. And he's hit with a pitch to load him up.
Tried to get a slider in on Rizzo, and he pulled it way off the plate.
And that's right on the left knee.
And that's one of those pitches, Tom, as a young pitcher, you're trying not to make a mistake there, and you just pull it way off the plate. But that goes back to what we were talking about earlier. It's confidence and trusting who you are on the mound.
Rizzo probably feels like a dartboard up there. You saw the 30th time he has been hit by a pitch this year. Interesting note there. Anthony Rizzo is the first player in the major leagues to hit 30 or more home runs and get hit by pitches 30 or more times in the same season since Don Baylor, who for many years had been hit by more pitches than any player in the big leagues history until Craig Biggio came along.
Yeah, Baylor sat right on top of the plate, as did Biggio.
Hooked down the right field line and bending out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike on Tommy La Stella, playing in his 28th game of the year.
Of course, when Don Baylor was getting hit, it was on his flesh. When Biggio was getting hit, he had that huge pad that went from the shoulder almost down to the wrist area.
Then they outlawed those things, but if you were a player that had been wearing one, they grandfathered it in. And he kept wearing that, as did Barry Bonds, through the remainder of their careers, Hall of Fame careers. One day for Bonds, I'm sure. Smith in a world of trouble here. They are loaded with one out, and he's fallen behind La Stella at 1 ball, 2 balls and 1 strike.
You couldn't do that at Candlestick. You'd be chasing them all game. Take you 7 hours to play.
We're on that kind of pace in the top of the first inning tonight. But Smith can't find the strike zone. It all began with a single by Fowler. Schwarber drew a walk on 5 pitches. Bryant struck out. Then Rizzo hit on the back left knee with a pitch. And it's 3-1. And a dribbler down to first. Votto will come to the plate. Is that a foul ball? It's foul ball. Votto not going to do any umpiring on his own. Wisely fielded that ball and said, I'm going to get the out. And now Brian Price is going to come out.
And that's what Votto should do. You don't assume anything. Looked like it caught the front toe of the hitter La Stella.
Well, whatever this argument may be, it's going to fall on deaf ears here. The home plate umpire made the call. Did he not?
Yes. I mean, even if you go back and review this, you're going to see that it hit the front toe of La Stella. And I think Brian may be asking home plate umpire Doug Eddings to ask for help or ask any of the other umpires, because none of the other umpires raised their hand as if to say foul ball, but that's the umpire's call behind home plate. And I think he made the correct call. You could see the shoe move. You could see the ball change directions ever so slightly.
All right, a 3-2 pitch coming up with the bases loaded and 1 out. That ball stung to center field. And what a catch by Bourgeois. Loses his footing. 1 run will score, but what a play by Jason out there on a hard hit ball.
Those are some of the toughest balls to judge as an outfielder, that are hit like a rocket as that ball was, because the ball's hit right at you. You're not sure whether to break in because the ball takes off low, and as it gets towards you it starts to rise, and that ball was within inches of going over his head.
An excellent base running by Schwarber out there at second base. A lot of times you'll see a guy initially break well off the bag and not have enough time to get back and tag up. Schwarber got back, took advantage of Bourgeois losing his footing, and hurry 90 feet to reach third. That ball is laced into the corner down the right field line by Miguel Montero. Bounds away from Jay Bruce. 2 runs will score on the double by Miguel Montero. 3-0 Chicago.
Well, you've heard me talk about this time and time again, Tom. Cement mixer right in the middle of the plate. That's a breaking ball that's just spinning with no bite at all, and it got hammered.
7th man at bat here in the Chicago 3-run first inning is Javier Baez. Highly touted prospect in the Cubs organization. We saw him really struggle, striking out a ton this time a year ago when he was brought up in September, but went down to the minor leagues, had a monster year at AAA Iowa, and tonight plays in his 23rd game since being brought up.
Well, there is no doubt that this kid can flat pick it on the defensive side, and that whether he plays second or short. He's got a glove and he's got a cannon for an arm.
It's not like he's some punch and Judy offensive player who's a good glove man. They also think this guy's upside on the offensive side is through the ceiling.
And I think that's part of his struggles from last year. He thought that he had to hit home runs every time at the plate to belong here. Not really, but it caused him some trouble.
That's a beautiful piece of hitting right there off the end of the bat. Just dumps it into right field. Bruce drops the ball. A run scores and Baez advances. Then the ball is thrown away. Wow. It could not have started any uglier for the Reds here in this first inning.
This has been ugly with a capital U. A great piece of hitting by Baez, and also a great piece of base running. He rounded first base very aggressively. The ball got away from Bruce about 2-3 feet away. Bruce had to go back for it, and boy, Baez took off for second base, causing the errant throw that almost went towards, almost into the Cubs dugout on the third base side.
Well, we're waiting on the official scoring decision. That could be 2 errors on the same play by the same player.
Now you could give Jay a fielding error because the ball kicked off of his glove, and then a throwing error.
Well, they said base hit, but you have to account for 2 bases. And the errant throw did not account for the runner going from first to second base. So it would have to be scored in this case. You can't score it a single and then an error.
That should be an error on the fielding and an error on the throw. Should be 2 errors on the play.
Pitcher Dan Herron, a ground ball to the shortstop. And that will end the inning. The Cubs come up with 4. The Reds are coming to bat. And let's take a look at the starting lineup under manager Brian Price. Jason Bourgeois in center, Ivan De Jesus Jr. at second base for Brandon Phillips, and Joey Votto has reached base 45 consecutive games. Todd Frazier, Jay Bruce, Eugenio Suarez in the middle. The latter third of Tucker Barnhart, Adam Duvall, and Josh Smith against the veteran right-hander Dan Haren. Haren has been around seemingly forever. Began the year with the Miami Marlins after being traded from the Dodgers to Florida during the offseason, making his 31st start. He has logged a pile of innings in his major league career and has had an outstanding major league career. 20 games over 500, 151 wins against just 131 losses, and a 3.77 ERA in over 2,400 major league innings pitched.
And this is not only an important start for Danny Haren for the Cubs in trying to host that wild card game. It's also an important start for him individually. I mean, he's trying to win 10 games for the 11th consecutive year. I mean, that's doing something. You look at those streaks, and John Lackey missed 2012, so there are not too many folks that have done that. Longevity and winning pitching. But he's at the end of his career.
Breaking ball away from Jason Bourgeois. 3 balls and a strike. He won 13 games with the Dodgers last year to make it 10 straight seasons of 10 or more wins.
You look at Danny Haren's numbers, Tom, and 174 innings, 168 hits. Opponents not hitting that great off of it. But 31 home runs, that'll get you in trouble. And he doesn't walk a whole lot of batters, so he doesn't hurt himself. But that home run ball, that'll come back to bite you.
3-2 on Jason Bourgeois. And a little bleeder into shallow right center field. And a diving play made by Coghlan. Nice play by the Chicago right fielder.
Well, the Cubs have come to play tonight.
They've come to play a lot of nights. They've won 91 games. They've only lost 65 for the last handful of years. They've been among the worst teams in Major League Baseball. But you know, you look around and Schwarber, #1 pick just a year ago. They bring him up and they play him not only behind the plate, his natural position. They're not afraid to play him in left field. The last time we saw this team, we talked about, you know, it's a team this year led by Joe Maddon. There's a ground ball to short. That when you play them in a 3 or a 4 game series, you'll see Schwarber at 2, maybe even 3 positions. Coghlan 3, maybe 4 positions. Meaning not only in different starts in a game, but moving around inside of a game. The middle infield tonight can play multiple positions. We've seen Bryant, who's an all-star player, both corner outfield spots, also at third base.
And he can play first.
Votto, his first plate appearance of the night, and that's strike 1.
But I think the popular phrase right now in Chicago is culture change. And I think that has been brought on by the manager, Joe Maddon. Not just because he's a boisterous individual, but because he is a nurturer of confidence. And I think you have to be that in order to drive your players in the right direction.
Look at Votto getting all the way up in the very front of the batter's box as Haren started to turn that loose. Unbelievably, Joey Votto has reached base in 45 consecutive games. The Reds' all-time franchise leader, who else would it be? Pete Rose. Had a streak of 48 in a row, also has a streak of 46 in a row.
It is amazing because Votto moved right. I mean, his front foot was right on the front line of the batter's box on the first pitch. Then he shifts back to the back line, and now he looks like he's going to be in the middle of the box.
Joey Votto just tried to bunt his way on with 2 strikes in the at bat. I tell you.
Wow.
You wonder if Votto may have injured himself on the swing, because we never see Joey Votto try that. He's hurt. Down and visit with Joey Votto, who tried to bunt with 2 strikes in the at bat, fouled it away for strike 3. Now this is the very first pitch in the at bat, Cowboy.
Well, the facial expression gives it all away. It looks like a facial expression of pain. And even in the second swing, it looked like a little bit of a grimace. Now, sometimes that could be frustration with not hitting the pitch that you thought you should hit, or it could be something that may be bothering Joey Votto. But evidently, it's not anything that would take him out of this ball game.
Votto has been a gamer. He's been out there day in and day out the entire year, despite the struggles of his team. Individually, he has just had a remarkable year. 1 ball and 1 strike on Coghlan, who leads off against Josh Smith here in the second inning. The Cubs scored 4 times in the first.
Now, the knock on Joey Votto has been not driving in runs. But you can't drive in guys that are not on base. And he gets on base with as much regularity as any batter or hitter, not only that I've seen, but that I've played with and been around.
On swinging is Coghlan. And that's the way things start for the Cubs here in the second inning. Second strikeout for Josh Smith.
Slider down and in. Coghlan likes that fastball in, especially in this ballpark where he hits awfully well. But he didn't get a fastball there.
Back to the top of the order, Dexter Fowler led off the Chicago first inning with a single to center and scored the first of their 4 runs. Ball 1 and a fastball high and away. Rain affecting the top 2 teams in the National League Central Division tonight. They were rained out at Pittsburgh. That was a tough loss last night for the Pirates. They had hoped to make one final run at the Cardinals to try and catch them in the National League Central. It's not over, but with 5 games to go after the rain out tonight, the Cardinals are 4 ahead of Pittsburgh. Fly ball short left, 2 out. And these Cubs are in the same basket as the Pirates are in terms of trying to host the one-game wild card. Pirates and the Cubs have already clinched playoff berths as the two wild card teams in the National League. The Cubs are 3.5 behind the Pirates.
So the chances of those positions changing before the end of the season, pretty slim right now. Cardinals are going to win this division, and the Cubs are going to be playing at Pittsburgh in that one-game wild card playoff.
It's amazing. It would be the third consecutive year that the Pirates had the best record among all wild card teams, 3 in a row, and the third straight year they will host, if it comes to that one-game playoff. Of course, 2 years ago they beat the Reds. Last year they were completely shut down by Madison Bumgarner and the eventual world champion Giants. Well, you talk about hoping for a miracle. You're down to your final 5 games if you're the Giants. You play the Dodgers tonight. You play them again tomorrow. And you're 5 games behind L.A. in the NL West. So the Dodgers obviously have to lose every game. The Giants have to win every game to force a one-game playoff to determine a divisional champ there.
Well, we've seen strange things happen, especially when the limelight is the brightest. But you know, if you're Bruce Bochy and the Giants, you play it to the bitter end.
Sure. You never know.
You hope that you can put some semblance of pressure on the Dodgers. They've got their best going against Clayton Kershaw for the Dodgers tonight.
Tell you what, man, that American League wild card race, oh boy. I mean, you talk about a wild ride the final 6 days of this season. You have the Yankees, Houston. Yankees have a 3.5 game lead over Houston, but then for that second wild card spot, Houston a half game better than the Angels. That one dribbled foul by Bryant. Minnesota only a game and a half back.
Well,
take a look at that.
What strikes me about all of this is the tiebreaker scenario. I mean, you could have 2 or 3 days to try to get this thing figured out if they all tie, and that's a possibility.
Sure. Now Minnesota rained out tonight. The Angels are just underway at home against Oakland. The Yankees have already lost, but they've got a pretty comfortable lead there in that first wild card slot. Bryant strikes out for the second time. A walk, a man left, middle of the second inning. 4-0 Cubs in front. Coghlan, left, center, and right. Baez and La Stella, the middle infielders. Ryan and Rizzo, dynamic duo on the corners, and a battery of Heron and Miguel Montero. Cubs scored 4 times in the first inning. Reds bat here in the second. We'll see if Jim Day has a chance to, I don't know, nod of the head, whatever the case may be down there with Joey Votto, to see if everything is okay. Joey from time to time will, heck, he'll strike up a conversation with Jim Day down there over in the on deck circle. That one popped up into foul ground. And Frazier retired to start the Reds' second inning. You know, Jim, Cowboy brought this up earlier, and I don't know if you had a chance to visit at all before the game with Brandon Phillips. But he is not in the lineup now for a second straight day. We knew yesterday was coming, but really no word, at least no word given to anybody that follows the team on a regular basis as to if there's some kind of lingering injury of some kind with Brandon. And perhaps that's why he's not in there tonight.
I did not have a chance to talk to Brandon at all today, particularly with no batting practice, the rain, etc. But I can tell you that I don't think there's a lingering injury.
No, I don't think he's hurt.
It's a head scratcher.
Well, he appears to be in pretty good spirits. 2-2 pitch on Jay Bruce. We'll do it again. .26 home runs, 84 batted in for Jay Bruce. He's not very happy about that .227 batting average. In fact, had a lot of comments just a couple of days ago how disappointed he is in the way that he has played this year. You know, you take a look at this big shift, and look who is the one in short right field out there. That's not the second baseman. That's not the shortstop. That's Kris Bryant.
You were talking about it earlier about the interchangeable parts for Joe Maddon's Cubs. There are really 3 players on the field that would not change. That would be Montero behind the plate, Fowler in center field, and Rizzo at first base. The rest of them, you could move them around just about anywhere.
Well, in the 11th inning game last night, take a look at where Kris Bryant played. First, center, right, and third, all in the same game. That's a 10-pitch at bat for Jay Bruce, but it's a pop-up to the center fielder for the second out. And some people might be saying, big deal. You know what, Cowboy, I don't know about you. I think it's a really big deal because, you know, you're not boxing yourself into a corner like it seems like every major league team does with young players saying, well, you know, we don't want to move them around because we want them to be comfortable.
Well, I also think it tells you, what kind of athlete Kris Bryant is.
Sure.
But you go through baseball and you go team by team and you tell me a first baseman that can play center field besides him. I bet you're not going to find one. Now, granted, he's not a first baseman. Anthony Rizzo is. Then how many third basemen around baseball can play center field?
The Eugenio So Suarez lines one to center. That'll fall in front of Fowler and then goes bouncing right by him. This will be at least 3 for Suarez. Fowler now firing the ball back to the infield. And Suarez pulls up at third base. I would imagine that'll be a single and a 2-base error.
That goes back to what I was talking about earlier on the great play we saw from Bourgeois. The line drive that's hit right at you, it is the most difficult to judge for an outfielder. You can see the stutter step by Fowler, and he's a veteran center fielder, and with the wet field, it just skipped right on by him.
Here's Tucker Barnhart, the Reds catcher, at 246, has 18 runs batted in. Cubs with a 4-0 lead here in the last of the second inning. We waited 2 hours and 31 minutes to get this one started. Strange part about it was we really did not have any rain at all from the scheduled start time of about 7:10 until roughly about 8:45. Then it came in and rained for a half hour, 45 minutes.
If that.
If that.
And it was not very hard either.
That'll do it for the Reds. A hit, an error, one left. We move to the third. Chicago in front, 4-0.
No.
Well, MLB.tv might change your mind. They'll serve up real-time highlights for you. Pitch tracking info. Blackout and other restrictions do apply. You can still get MLB.tv and play fantasy baseball.
I would think that would be unfair for me.
Let me ask you one question.
To do fantasy football.
If you were a fantasy baseball player and you had to pick one player for the last 5 games of a season, one guy, who would you pick?
Pitcher or hitter?
Hitter.
That I know was going to give me some hits or power.
And is going to grind even if his team's in it or not for these last 5 days. Going to get you hits. And I'm not sure how the fantasy, I don't play either, but I mean, I would imagine that, you know, hits, total bases, extra base hits, home runs, RBIs, stolen bases, all those kinds of things give you points. One guy.
That's a pretty good question. I would like to pick someone that was in the race. I might go with Matt Carpenter.
Okay, good pick.
Simply because they have to have offense. He's going to get 5 at-bats a game hitting in that number 1 spot.
See, the only thing that would keep me from a guy like Carpenter or a team like the Cardinals, I have a feeling if they're able to nail this thing down,
right.
So that's why I think I would go with Votto. If I had to pick one guy the rest of the year, I would.
Well, the problem that you're going to have with Joey right now is the Cubs and the Pirates are not going to let him beat them because no one else is hitting around him.
Great point.
And now, if Walk score you a whole lot of points in fantasy baseball, then I'll take him.
Do you get points for walks? You have to, right? You can. Okay. Joe Luckup, our statistician, I think knows a lot more about it. In fact, I know he does than we do. 1-2, and it swung on and fouled out of play. You're looking at those teams that are probably going to have to play it out. Houston for sure. The Angels for sure. And Minnesota for sure. So Mike Trout's name might come up there.
Well, I tell you who else is awfully hot right now is former Reds Shin-Soo Choo. And they've got to play it out.
Yes, they do.
And here in the last, I guess, 3 weeks, he's hitting at almost a 500 clip. And we know that he gets on base.
Rizzo pops it up down to third base line against a shift. Good effort.
Slid too early.
Good effort there by Frazier and just short.
When the warning track is wet, you can slide quickly on the grass, but as soon as you hit the warning track, you stop. And I think that is one of the reasons that the ball kicked out of the glove of Todd Frazier. Granted, he had a tremendous way to go. But on a normal day, his slide continues in the same speed, and he probably makes that catch.
Threw a fastball right by him, up and away. And that's a forced strikeout for Josh Smith. One out here in the Chicago third.
And that will be our Cholula flamethrower, brought to you by Cholula Hot Sauce. The high heater up and away. And after a couple of breaking balls early, that 90-mile-an-hour heater probably looked like it was 95, 96.
Here's La Stella, who lined out hard to center field. Was a terrific catch, leaping catch made by Jason Bourgeois. He drove in a run. Cubs scored all 4 of their runs in the opening inning. Josh really hurt himself in that first with wildness. He walked a batter, he hit a batter, and both of those wound up scoring in that 4-run first inning. Breaking ball laced into right field, a base hit.
You know, the one thing I've noticed with some of our young pitchers, Tom, I think they feel like they have to throw a different pitch on consecutive pitches. Curveball, changeup, fastball, slider, fastball, changeup. You're making it so difficult on yourself. You can throw back-to-back fastballs. You just have to locate them. You can throw back-to-back breaking balls. You just have to locate them. Too many times you're trying to trick the hitter at the plate when your stuff is good enough as long as you put it in the right spot.
Montero had a 2-run double down the right field line his first time up. Comes up empty there, and it's 0-2. talked about Chicago going to the playoffs for the first time since 2008. That's when they won the Central with 97 wins. They were promptly eliminated in a series sweep the opening round of the postseason that year. 2009 they slipped to 83-78. And this is the first year since 09 they've even had a winning record. Forget about reaching the playoffs. They lost 87, followed by 91, 101. And then this was a team that lost 96 games in 2014, I beg your pardon.
And this was after signing Rick Renteria to a multi-year deal. And once you got to the point where it did not look as though the Cubs were improving at all, as a matter of fact, they were going backwards, they made the move for Joe Maddon in a hurry once he became available.
Montero out of there swinging. Yeah, that was a very odd, less than handful of days, if you will, for Joe Maddon. All of a sudden he ups and resigns as manager of the Tampa Bay Rays.
And that was his right with Andrew Friedman going to Los Angeles.
Sure.
That was in his contract.
That's a general manager, for those of you who don't know Andrew Friedman.
And I don't think Joe Maddon is the Chicago Cubs manager if Andrew Friedman is still in Tampa Bay. I mean, they had a pretty good run with a very, very low payroll.
Tampa Bay was hanging around for a while this year, but right now they have been leapfrogged by Boston for dead last in the American League East. Yet they're only 6 games under 500. They won 75 while losing 81. A 1 delivery on Javier Baez. Runner at first, 2 out. Two balls and a strike to the Cubs shortstop Baez. Mostello, 1 out single over at first, held on by Votto.
You know, we were talking about the struggles of Baez last year when he came to the big leagues. He used to have his hands very high above the helmet, the bat almost, the head of the bat almost towards the pitcher. Big, long, loopy swing. He's changed that a lot. He still has a lot of bat movement, but he seems to get to the hit zone just in time as the pitch gets to the plate. You just want to make sure you get in the hitting position as the ball comes to the plate. You can do all the things you want. Some guys lift their leg, but you've got to have your hands in the proper spot as the ball comes and gets to the hit zone.
This guy had just an unbelievable 2013 year in their minor league system. Single A and Double A. He combined to hit 37 home runs and knocked in 111 runs. Here's ball 4.
Yeah, that's the thing about A ball and Double A. You're going to figure out whether a guy can hit a fastball or not, because the majority of those pitchers have not learned to throw a breaking ball for a strike. Now some do, and those that do, they have tremendous records and tremendous ERAs, and they're not in Double A and A ball very long. They move on up to Triple A and the big leagues. But as a hitter, you're squaring up fastballs a lot because guys get behind in the count, can't throw a breaking ball for a strike. That's the one adjustment that Baez made when he moved to AAA, and now that he's in the big leagues. Staying back, we saw him flip the breaking ball into right field in his first at bat.
Pitcher Dan Haren looks at a slider away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Smith has hit a batter. He's now walked 3.
Double A is that level in professional baseball where you realize as a pitcher, I'm not going to be able to throw it by everybody. I might get the 1-2 guys and maybe 6, 7, and 8 in the pitcher, but that 3, 4, and 5, they can square up a fastball with the best of them. And then you get to AAA, and that number expands. Up here, everybody can hit a here.
2-1 on Haren, who has 6 hits and 46 at bats. And he just looks at another fastball missed way outside. 3-1. This will be the 69th pitch already thrown by Smith in this game, and we are in the 3rd inning. And we're about to find out if Haren can hit a fastball, because this one should be center cut. Walk to the pitcher, and the bases are loaded.
See, those are the types of things that have to drive Brian Price absolutely crazy. You've got a pitcher on the mound that is a major league pitcher, and he cannot throw a strike to a pitcher with 2 outs and runners on base. That's just not acceptable.
So the number 9 batter is the right fielder Coghlan. He struck out swinging his first time up. The bases are loaded. Cubs already with a 4-0 lead. There are 2 outs here in the Chicago 3rd. One-out single by La Stella, then 2-out walks consecutively coming to Baez and the pitcher Haren. At the 0-1. Good breaking ball there to get ahead 0-2. Of course, the Reds tonight getting a rookie starter for the 105th time. That's already by far a Red single season record. It's their 59th in a row, which is a modern major league record. On swinging Coghlan to retire the side. No runs, 3 left, middle of the 3rd. Cubs lead 4-0.
of Westchester, Ohio, will win this beautiful new Tundra on display here at the Yard. Register for your chance to win at an upcoming game by seeing your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. I'm Jim Day. Billy Hamilton had surgery this morning, or today I should say, on his injured right shoulder, and this surgery was deemed successful, which most are. They say that it was exactly what they expected from the MRI once they got in there, so it was good news. He will be in a sling for a couple of weeks, will be out of commission as far as activities go physically for 4 to 6 weeks. Then will begin his off-season training, and everyone involved says this is not going to set him back whatsoever as far as getting ready for next season. And in fact, one of the first activities he will be able to do is bunting. And that is the one thing that is top on his list to work on in the offseason. So, Billy, if you are watching tonight, we wish you the best in a speedy recovery.
We sure do. We hope he's all right and look forward to having him back and healthy and ready to go. And, you know, let's face it, Cowboy, I mean, the Reds are going to need him to play better next year. You know, he's had 2 years now, to almost 2 full years, to get his feet wet. And I would imagine the Reds are really going to be monitoring Billy Hamilton's progress naturally from the surgery. There's no debate about that. But also working on parts of his game once he's deemed physically okay that need to be improved upon to begin 2016.
Well, if you're in the front office and you're talking about a player that is about to go into his first arbitration eligible season, you've got to figure out right now, is this guy going to be able to not just help me in the outfield? We know that he can do that. But can he help me offensively? And do I see a light at the end of the tunnel? Because you're about to venture into some kind of major raise. And I'm not talking about just a little bit. When you go from club control to the arbitration process, we're talking about a jump of sometimes $2 or $3 million. In other words, it's decision time when we get to 2016.
Hopefully everybody's all right. Those are some working folks down there beyond the Chicago Cubs dugout. And that ball was smoked by Duvall down in that camera well beyond the dugout at the far end. There's strike 3 to Duvall. That ball went flying in amongst that group.
Well, we've seen a precedent set with Joe Madden, especially when we were in Chicago early. If your name is not Lester or Arrieta, if it looks like you're losing it early in the ball game, he will take you out of the game in the third. He'll take you out in the second, in the fourth. He's not concerned about you getting a win. He's concerned about the team getting a win, and he'll go to that bullpen in a 32nd minute. Especially with a 4-0 lead.
0-2 to count on Smith. Started 2 and he went around, said the home plate umpire Doug Eddings, and that is strike 3 on Josh Smith. Third strikeout of the game for Dan Haren.
Tried to check his swing on the breaking ball, but evidently, according to the umpires, he went a little bit too far.
So here comes Jason Bourgeois with 2 down and nobody on. 4 runs, 4 hits, an error, 5 left for Chicago. No runs, 1 hit, 2 errors, and 1 left on base for the Reds. It's going to be interesting to know whether it's this 3rd inning or whether we wait till the 4th inning. Joey Votto in the hole following the man on deck, Ivan De Jesus Jr. And you know, we wondered, did Votto injure himself on a swing that first time up, which led to a bunt attempt with 2 strikes for the final out in the 1st inning. We'll have to wait till the 4th. And the 3. Cubs lead the Reds 4-0.
For the Cincinnati Reds, playing second base right now is Skip Schumacher, who was just summoned very late to go to second base, and the reason he's there is because we have a new third baseman. That would be Ivan De Jesus Jr., who started this game at second base. They were working on Todd Frazier underneath after that last half inning defensively for Cincinnati. On the slide, he hurt his leg. Not sure exactly what the injury is or the severity of it. I did hear Todd saying that he could play, but as a precautionary measure, I imagine he is out of this game. So we'll give you some word on his the extent of his injury when we get it, guys.
All right, Jim Day, thank you very much. Cubs in front 4-0. They have the top of the order against Josh Smith. Top of the order right from the get-go, producing 4 runs in the Cubs opening inning. And Fowler, first pitch swinging, bounces one over the Reds first base side dugout. Fowler has singled and flied out to left field. Started 2, was able to lay off of it. Fastball looked tempting.
"17 home runs in the leadoff spot for Fowler." Just don't see that too much anymore. Carpenter, granted, he has some home runs in St. Louis.
Well, we invite you to be part of the team like never before with a Red season ticket membership. You guarantee opening day ticket privileges. You take part in members only events. So many more perks and benefits. We'd love to have you. To learn more, call 513-765-7500 or visit reds.com/membership. That's 7 strikeouts in 3 1/3 innings in this game for Smith. He's walked 4, hit a batter, allowed 4 runs and 4 hits. Tell you what, now we got a big league fan hanging out down here. Looks like he may have injured himself. I don't know if he injured himself coming to the ballpark. I mean, you want to talk about a guy who came ready to watch a ball game now. This guy came ready. There's a strike. Take a look. Look at the big man. He is fired up.
It's a big old cast he's got on that left arm.
You're the only person who saw that. There's a base hit into left field.
That looks like one of those things you put on your arm when you're training a German Shepherd and they come running up here and bite on it.
I mean, he's got the Cub tattoo going. He's got that boiler pressed up against the glass. Tell you what, he spent some money too on a good ticket down there. He's not all that far behind the Cub dugout. And there you see the Cub dugout, and you just go up, right there behind the Diamond Club.
He's cheering too now.
Yes, he is.
He's not just standing there quietly. Maybe letting the Reds have it.
Cub fan. 0-1 the count on Chris Bryant. And that one misses away. Smith has had his way with Bryant so far tonight. Has struck him out swinging twice. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. That's the pitch he got him with the first time. That slider down and away. One and two to count on Bryant. And fooled him again on that slider down and away from him. Got him to chase it. Really not much on that swing. And that's out number 2.
Just does not seem to be picking up the ball out of the hand of Josh Smith.
All right, here's Rizzo. Fastball on the inside corner, strike. Rizzo hit on the left knee his first time up. But it didn't appear to bother him much. He had to run the bases and run them hard on a couple of errors that were committed in the inning. Of course, Jed Hoyer, the general manager, his boss, the president of baseball operations, Theo Epstein. I mean, Hoyer clearly has been crazy about Rizzo going way, way back. Hoyer was in Boston when they drafted Rizzo. Hoyer became a general manager in San Diego, made a trade to get him there. And then when Hoyer was hired to be the GM under Epstein with the Cubs, they made a deal to get him to Chicago. And that is proven to be a chase well worthwhile.
Well, there were some growing pains early.
Yep.
But this big fella's starting to figure it out. I think he's just starting to hit his groove.
Long look in, too long for Rizzo's liking. A brief timeout. Runner at first, 2 away. We're in the top of the 4th inning. And a 3-1 coming to Rizzo is ball 4. That is 5 walks in the game for Smith and a hit batter. You know, the thing about walks, and Jeff Pico's going to come to the mound. You brought it up earlier, Cowboy. You know, the thing about walks is that's the fastest way to make sure you don't pitch in the big leagues.
Well,
maybe more than anything else. You know, you might have some command issues, and they'll give you some rope as a starter. They might give you a lot less rope as a reliever because they can't be bringing you into a 1 or a 2-run game and having you walk guys to put them on base. But either way, that's the quickest way to not stay in the big leagues once you get there.
Well, the thing about it from a defensive standpoint, you cannot defense a walk.
Sure.
If you don't throw it over you throw it over the plate, you've got a chance for, even if they kill it, you got a chance for a line drive catch. You walk him, he's on first base no matter what.
Fly ball in the first pitch off the bat of La Stella. Hit a long way, but caught in front of the wall by Duvall to end the inning. Middle of the 4th, 4-0 Chicago. Local Ford dealer, Ford to go further. By Meyer. Find more for a healthier you at Meyer. And by Cincinnati Children's, ranking 3rd in the country on the U.S. News and World Report's best children's hospitals in America. And we always like to send out a special hello to those at Cincinnati Children's Hospital. And we hope you've had a good day, a good night, and pray for an even better one tomorrow. Reds are on the short end of a 4-0 game. They bat here in the last of the 4th inning. And we're going to get a look at Votto here in a minute. You see down the on-deck circle. Don't know if Jim Day had a quick word with him or not coming out of that dugout, but no, we saw Votto on 2 swings his first time up appear to grimace in pain after following through on the swing, culminating with a 2-2 count in his at-bat, and he tried to bunt his way on with 2 strikes, 2 out, and nobody on. He fouled the ball off and subsequently out on strikes. The hole at bat was an odd at bat. He was moving around a lot in the batter's box, getting way out in front of the plate at the very edge, settling back in the middle.
It almost looks like he tweaked his back a little bit, just looking by his body motions over in the on deck circle. The upper back, not the lower back.
Strike 3 called on DeJesus. And the strikeout number 4 for Dan Haren. And here comes Votto. So let's take a look.
I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of folks out there that have had the vertebrae, the thoracic vertebrae that are right in between your shoulder blades. It almost feels like a spasm that just will not go away. And you can see by the swing of Votto, it's just a very uncomfortable swing right now. It's almost that spasm where it makes it hard to take that deep breath. Caught that one right off the end of the bat. Difficult time trying to reach to it.
We're being told from the Reds clubhouse a slight strain of the Achilles tendon for Todd Frazier, and that's why he left the line.
Well, I thought it was very awkward when he slid on the grass. And sliding on the grass speeds up your momentum, but as soon as you hit that warning track, it's wet and you stick. And it looked like his spike kind of caught just enough. It's just one of those things, an aggressive play. You're going after the baseball. It happens.
So Schumacher is batting in Frazier's spot. He's playing second base, and the original second baseman DeJesus takes over at third for Frazier. Haren is allowed 1 hit. That was a single by Suarez into center field in the second inning. In fact, that's the only Reds base runner so far against Dan Haren. That mound must have gotten very wet tonight, because you see the pitchers regularly trying to knock out some of the dirt from their spikes, the mud from their spikes.
And for a lot of pitchers, even the slightest differential in weight on your lift leg, and for Haren that would be his front leg, the left leg as he lifts it up, even that slightest weight differential where you've got a little bit of mud or dirt on that spike, it affects your balance. It affects how you come to the plate, and in turn that affects your head and how you release the baseball.
That ball stung into left field, but right at Schwarber to end the inning. Back-to-back perfect innings for Haren. 4-0 Cubs. We go to the 5th.
guys to discuss what went right and what went wrong with the Reds this season, plus a reflection on the life on and off the field of Yogi Berra. Jeff Piecoro and Doug Flynn host an all-new Reds Weekly tomorrow at 6 right here on Fox Sports Ohio. And I am Jim Day. And congratulations going out to the Reds Community Fund and Marty Brennaman. Once again, the Marty Brennaman Golf Classic was a tremendous success Sunday and Monday at Belterra Casino and Resort. There's the Hall of Famer right there. And the proud pop of one, Tom Brennaman. Guys, this year they raised over $230,000. All proceeds going to the Reds Community Fund. It was a terrific day of golf on Sunday, a dinner, a program, a comedy show on Sunday, and then another round of golf scramble format on Monday. So congratulations to all involved, including Jeff Brantley, who was in a ringer group on Sunday and won a prize.
Very, very nice indeed. It was just such a great tournament. I don't say it because it's my dad's tournament. It's just so beautifully done. And
fun.
if you buy a foursome, you really have a good time. You spend the night in the hotel out there.
Charlie Frank and his folks, I mean, it works to perfection. And that's a difficult thing to pull off, especially with 2 days with that many people coming in and exiting and then coming in again. Putting on a golf tournament is no easy task. And Charlie and his folks with the Reds Community Fund seem to make it seamless.
Yes, indeed. And we thank all of those who supported it. Now, Cowboy, you were with playing a couple of different groups. Your good friends from Coca-Cola.
Right.
And
played with them on Monday.
From another Fortune 500 company based right out of here in Cincinnati. Cintas.
That was on Sunday. I had some flat bellies that could hit it a long way.
Oh, really?
Yes. Look, when I put my driver back in the bag, they were really hitting it a long way. And they were killing it. It was fun. Andy and Scott, Steve and Nick Wonder, they played good now. We almost won that thing.
You said you finished second to what, the host team, right?
The rigged, excuse me, yes, the host team.
No, it is rigged. There's no debate about that.
They were 1 stroke ahead of us. I don't know how that always works, but maybe it's because he turns in his scorecard last.
Yeah, the Tom Brennaman team on the Monday round has won that thing 2 or 3 times, but the couple of times we have not won that team, it was 1 stroke behind Marty Brennaman.
You know, it was rumored that you were going to fire that captain of that team, Eddie Shepard, and we had a conversation with him that he may be on his way out.
Yeah, well, general manager, and has been an exceptional one for a long time, but he decided
it's all about results.
Some personnel changes were in order this year, and I leave it up to him. You know, I let the quote-unquote golf people do the golf thing.
Look, you can make
the
moves.
Results, I understand, were very ugly this year.
You can make moves. You can bring guys in and out. The bottom line is winning. It's about results.
That's right.
Sports are about results. I don't want to hear about, well, this guy had a rough day here. You know, he couldn't quite make it on time. He wasn't feeling. It's about winning.
Straight up into the air after the butt of Javier Baez. Jay Bruce will call off the second baseman Schumacher and come in to get him.
Well, that was the kind of hack we saw from Baez last year. He geared up for that pitch.
and lifts one way into the nighttime sky. And Duvall able to come get it. And that is his second down. This figures to be the final inning for Smith. This next pitch will be the 100th he's thrown in his, well, so far anyway, 4 2/3 innings. He gave up all 4 runs in the first inning. And thanks in large part to wildness. He walked the second batter after a leadoff single. He got an out and hit a batter to load him up with 1 out. Got a sac fly, but then Montero a 2-run double. Baez had a base hit. 2 errors were charged to the right fielder Jay Bruce on the play, allowing a 4th run to score in that inning. But since then, outside of, again, wildness, he's walked 4 over the last 3 2/3 innings, but he hasn't given up any more runs and only 3 hits. So you're getting a look at some good things that Josh Smith is capable of doing. Up left side of the infield, and that is that. So Smith, if indeed that's all for him, his final 4 innings, 3 hits, shutout baseball. 4-0 comes in front. Cardinals and the Pirates in Pittsburgh with 1 win in that doubleheader tomorrow. The Cardinals are again crowned NL Central champions. The Dodgers, as we mentioned tonight, if they beat the Giants, would win the NL West. And the Dodgers out to a 2-0 lead in the 4th inning. Toronto's magic number to win the American League East down to 1. We touched briefly on some of the wild card scenarios over in the American League. The Yankees lost. The Astros are out west trailing 2-1 in Seattle. The Angels start play tonight. A half game behind Houston in the West and in the wild card for that second wild card spot. And the Angels in the 4th inning, a 2-0 lead over Oakland. Now the other race that doesn't seem to be getting any pub, but you can rest assured it's on the minds of those who follow the Mets and those who follow the Dodgers. Eugenio Suarez has the only Reds hit as Tommy pops it up in the foul ground, and Rizzo able to get to it. And that would be, look, the Cubs and the Pirates, who we know are going to play, or it looks like they're going to play, in the 1-game playoff. The winner of that 1-game playoff would play the team with the best record in the National League, and that already has been clinched by the St. Louis Cardinals. Their next win will be their 100th win.
Well, it's a rough road to go through the Central this year, isn't it?
Better believe that.
You got to win the wild card, and then you got to beat another team in your division that you've seen all year.
So the other division series in the National League would pit the Dodgers against the Mets. The Mets have already lost tonight. Going into play today, the Mets have a 2-game lead over the Dodgers. Thus would be the home field advantage club in that division series. We mentioned the Mets have lost, so if the Dodgers win, they're one behind the Mets. And you can rest assured, brother, both those teams want to start on the home front. Reds are gone in order. We go 2-6, 4-0 Chicago. To be your home for postseason action, the American League Division and Championship Series. It all begins October the 8th on FS1, streaming live on Fox Sports Go. All right, Cowboy, I asked you, sort of a fantasy league question earlier. But is there one team in that American League that you like better than the others?
All of the American League?
All the American League to win the American League pennant.
Well, if I had to pick today, I'd bet Toronto Blue Jays. Now, I love the momentum that the Royals had coming into this season, but they've lost Greg Holland. He's their closer. He's done. That three-headed monster is no longer in existence. And their starting pitching, even with the addition of Johnny Cueto, has been, well, a little questionable.
And they're worried about Cueto.
They're worried about it all right now.
Give you an idea of how hot Toronto has been over an extended period of time. Toronto is only 1 game behind Kansas City for the best record in the American League. And that's a big deal.
And a lot of folks would say, well, the starting pitching for Toronto past David Price is kind of eh. Well, let me tell you something. They can beat your brains out whether you've got your #1 starter on the mound or whether they've got their number 5. It doesn't matter. I don't care who you're throwing. They've got a chance to kill you.
Toronto is rained out tonight in Baltimore as Jumbo Diaz takes over in relief of Josh Smith.
And the key for Jumbo in his successful outings here in the second half, and he's had quite a few of them since the Reds sent him down and brought him back up. His success has been dictated, believe it or not, even with a 98-mile-an-hour fastball, by his ability to put his breaking ball over the plate for a strike.
Long run for Adam Duvall, and he'll get to it. One away. Texas trying to hang on a 1-run lead in Detroit, or against Detroit at home. That game in the top of the 9th inning with 2 outs. Told you Minnesota was rained out tonight up in Cleveland. The Twins are only a game and a half behind Houston, with the Angels sandwiched in between them for that second wild card spot. Here's Schwarber, strike one. You know, we were talking about the Mets and the Dodgers going to break, about which team would finish with a better record, thus would have home field in that division series matchup, and that's where it's going. In fact, that's a done deal. It will be the NL West winner against the NL East winner in the division series. If the Dodgers win tonight, they would be 1 game behind for the Mets. The Dodgers this year will be the only National League postseason team, and all they have to do is win 1 more game to be a postseason team, that has a sub-500 record on the road. They have won 35 games while losing 43. At home, 52-26. Strike 3 called to Schwarber on a 98-mile-per-hour fastball.
This baby runs up and away, and Schwarber didn't agree with it at all, and neither does Foxtrot. Sometimes it's not where the pitch is, it's how you catch it behind home plate, and Barnhart did a terrific job there. Now you look at all the strikeouts that the Cubs have had at the plate tonight, Tom. They lead all Major League Baseball in strikeouts offensively, but they also lead all of Major League Baseball in strikeouts from a pitching standpoint. Now, the last time that was done, actually the only time that was done, believe it or not, was by the Cubs in 2002.
Yep. Hooked into left field, a base hit. Popped up short left. Duvall the call and the catch, and a good solid 6th inning for Jumbo. He allows a hit, 1 left. Reds are down 4-0. of the year. Fans 60 and older can take advantage of a Senior Day special and buy non-premium tickets at half price thanks to Tri-State Centers for Sight. Some restrictions do apply. We'll see you on Thursday. 12:35 first pitch. Reds are trailing 4-0. Cubs scored all 4 of their runs against Red starter Josh Smith in the first inning. Softly lifted into center field. And Fowler got it. Nice play by the Chicago center fielder Dexter Fowler.
Fowler had to freeze for a moment. That ball was hit off the end of the bat, but he's got the speed to recover, and he does.
It's in the air, foul territory up the third base line, and room over there for the shortstop Baez. That's a good play.
The Reds bench will get a workout tonight. From here on out, it'll be the bullpen and the Reds bench as Bosch flies out there. Well, when you're looking at that ball and racing towards the edge of the stands, you never really know how close you are until you hit it.
One to Bourgeois. Reds only one base runner. That was a single into center field in the second inning by Suarez on a ball that then skipped past Fowler, allowing Suarez to go all the way to third. Look at that play, and the throw is too high. It pulls Rizzo's foot off the bag. Boy, that was nearly a great play made by Javier Baez. Bourgeois can run.
That was a great effort by Baez. You can see where he's playing, well into the shortstop hole. Gets the ball behind second base. He got under the throw just a bit. Another split second, and Rizzo has time to come down on the bag for an out.
So the Reds get their second hit. That's an infield hit for Bourgeois.
Danny Herron may be 35 years old, but he's working like he's about 19 years old. I mean, he is getting the baseball, and he is coming to the plate.
Swing and a miss. A runner will advance on to second base. That'll be a wild pitch by Herron. First time the Reds have, without the aid of an error, put a runner into scoring position.
Joe Madden leaving nothing to chance. He's already got action down in the Cubs bullpen. Wasting no time. Looks like Zach Roscoe.
Easier try this time for Baez. Boy, does he have an arm. That was a long throw, man, and I mean some zip on it.
Celebrity Poker Tournament is presented by Ashley Fence. It's December 5th. Play against the Reds players, coaches, broadcasters, and local celebrities for the chance to win $11,000. Reserve your spot today at reds.com/poker. And of course, as we said, part of Reds Fest, which is coming up December 4th and 5th. Always a good time. And we look forward to that as Carlos Contreras hits the mound, boys, for Cincinnati.
Carlos Contreras takes over on the mound for the Reds, pitching in his 20th game. See the opponent's batting average against Contreras, despite some other numbers that may not be all that impressive, especially walking batters. But opponents only hitting .213 against Carlos.
Well, 19 walks in the 24 innings. That's what's come back to hurt him. And we talk about this nonstop. Pitching in the big leagues ultimately comes down to command. Now that changeup was a pitch that I saw Contreras throw in his last time out. Threw some awfully good ones. The command of the fastball is where he has had his errors.
That one hurt. You could hear that all the way up here.
Slider down and in. Looked like the same spot he fouled the ball off of back in the first inning.
Yep.
May want to get some steel-toed boots.
You have a pair of those at home, do you?
Believe it.
Where do you find yourself wearing those when you strap them on? Where are you off to?
Right around the moccasin-filled ponds that are around my house.
Ooh. They can't nip through one of those?
No. Not with the snake boots. They can't quite get through them.
So you just go out there to sort of get in touch with nature? You're out there around the swamp?
I'm out there to fish. There just happens to be moccasins there at the same time. And they don't play.
Well, you know they count on Montero. So you're wearing those, and what kind of pants you wearing for those? Because those things can go at you a little high, too, now.
I wear my jeans.
Okay.
Strap the jeans on over the outside. I don't stick them down in the boots like some people were able to do.
Right.
Mine are always on the outside.
Now Contreras has come in. He's hit a batter and he's walked a batter, and that will spur a visit for Barnhart out to the mound. 2 on, none out. Cubs lead here in the 7th, 4-0.
I like to fish.
I know you do.
It does not matter if it's cold or warm.
You ever done any ice fishing?
I have not.
No.
But I have heard a lot about it.
Yes. Up there in Wisconsin, do a lot of that. Minnesota.
That's not as much fishing as it is just baiting the hook and dropping it in the water. And it's about the fellowship with the guys sitting inside the house out there on the lake. And I'm not a big fan of putting a house out on a lake, to be honest with you. You know, I can see that ice cracking and me having to swim back.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't happen and that it hasn't happened tragically, I'm sure, but most of the time it's a pretty good bet.
Yeah. It's kind of like bungee jumping. Not really
I've done that.
I'm after.
I've done that.
Yeah.
I found out about 3 hours after I did it that we were pregnant for the first time, and I think that was the Lord's way of saying, you're done now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just have this thing in my head about the bungee jump.
Yeah.
That you throw up on the way down, and as you come back up, it hits you in the face.
Oh, God.
And that's just really not something I want to do. You all right?
It's pretty visual stuff there.
Well, I just wanted to share that with you.
2-2 on Baez. Well, I tell you what, it's fast enough for that to happen. That I can assure you of that.
No,
I can assure you of that. I went off about 300 and I think I have to have the exact number because they were all in a race there to which one had the highest one in the world. They had about 4 of them operating out of the same sort of canyon there in New Zealand. And so, you know, one would get to 352 and the other one would go to 354 and then it gets to 358. I can still see that now. Man. Ooh. It was fun, though, I have to admit it. Terrified, but is feeling unlike nothing else. Lined into left field and caught. Boy, was that ball hit. And Baez just discouraged as he makes a U-turn back to the dugout. You can't hit it much harder than that.
Not really something on my bucket list.
Just stick with the fishing. And look out for the water moccasins. Right?
You got it.
Keep strapping on those steel-toed boots.
They work, too.
Sure they do.
So when they strike, you know it.
Oh, man. That I don't want to know about.
That's time to just leave everything right there and head on back.
Aaron perfectly puts down the bunt. That'll advance both runners. Follow each and every Reds game right here on Fox Sports Ohio. We only have a handful of them left. Stick around for Reds Live, brought to you by Performance Kings Honda. Jim Day, Jeff Pecoro and company standing by tonight. You know, to finish the whole sort of bungee jump, fishing by water moccasins, ice fishing.
Yeah.
And a house falling into
the lake.
A lake. You know, if you were to put odds on those things happening, something bad happening, of those 3 things, that the thing that you do the most would have unquestionably the greatest frequency of happening.
The moccasin striking my boot.
Sure.
But there's a reason that you have a foundation under a home. And for the majority of America, it's not ice. So they can have that. I like to fish in a boat.
Foul ball out of boy. So you'd rather fish on a boat than on a house sitting on a frozen lake.
Well, wouldn't that make sense?
Yeah, but when you bring in that water moccasin thing, you don't have to worry about that in the ice fishing.
Well, I don't have to worry about it in my regular fishing. I've got those snake boots on.
Well, then why don't you just wear your slippers?
That would be foolish.
2-2 the count.
You ever seen somebody's leg that's been bit by a water moccasin? It is not
No,
pretty.
but you're saying you don't have to worry about it if you're in a boat. So you can wear anything.
Well, you got to get to the boat.
I understand.
You know, it's not like you take it from home on your shoulder.
2-2 the count on Coghlan. Second and third, 2 outs. Contreras put him on there. He hit La Stella and walked Montero. He's retired the last 2. Trying to keep it a 4-0 game. Pulled the string on it. Nicely done by Carlos after a rocky start. Middle of the 7th, still 4-0. Cubs in front. Right now it's time to bring the energy, and that is something that Joey Votto has done each and every day the entire year. But here we are, 0 for 2 tonight. Has not reached base in either of his first 2 plate appearances. He is 1 behind, matching Pete Rose for the second longest streak in Reds history. 3 away from tying him for the all-time franchise record.
And I'm telling you, that upper back is still bothering Votto. Those little mannerisms at the plate. I mean, even buckling right there. I bet you could count on one hand how many times Votto has pulled the ball foul down the first baseline. That does not happen very often. And even with that, it tells you that something is going on with Votto that is not normal. But he's still in there.
And strike 3 call, and he knew it. So unless the Reds can get something going, Votto may not have another plate appearance in this game tonight. The strikeout for Herron. He has not walked a batter all night. He's allowed 2 hits. An infield hit to Bourgeois in the 6th. A clean single to center by Suarez in the 2nd. Foul. We were 2 hours and 31 minutes late getting started tonight. First time really in a long time we have had any rain at all here in Cincinnati, and I mean even a 3-minute little drizzle. Fly ball to left field for the 2nd out of the inning. But I guess it would only be fitting, Cowboy, the final series, the way this season is played out already, that they would not go, the Reds, through an entire homestand without rain, because that has certainly been one of these stories this entire year. 24 rain delays this season have totaled nearly 33 hours, leading to 5 postponements. And of course, you had to make up all those games. You had 2 suspended games. The 26 hours and 57 minutes in 18 of the 24 weather delays occurred here at home. It is the highest total at home since the Reds started tracking weather delays in 1978.
That's some bad weather.
And it really has been extraordinarily odd when you consider that virtually every time the Reds have gone out of town this year, it never rained. Reds are gone in order in the 7th. Reds will bat in the 8th, leading 4-0. Chicago first inning. We got a line drive, a sac fly by La Stella, this 2-run double by Montero. And then a very odd play, a little flare into right field. Jay Bruce was charged with that error, and then a throwing error, which allowed Montero to score. And that's been more than enough for Cubs starter Dan Herron.
Well, Herron has not really let the Reds breathe at all. He's worked quick, he's thrown strikes, and he seems to be getting better as the game has gone on.
Carlos Contreras for his 2nd inning of work. Josh Smith went 5, allowed 6 hits, 4 runs. Jumbo, 1 inning, 1 hit, no runs. Contreras hit a batter, walked a batter in the 7th inning, but then retired the next 3. Fowler, his 5th plate appearance. Singleton scored in the 4-run Chicago first inning. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. Second strikeout for Carlos.
Perfectly located fastball, and this comes after quite a few pitches on the inside part of the plate with the breaking ball. That was right on the money. Flashes of brilliance from Carlos Contreras.
Kyle Schwarber has been on base 3 times, a pair of walks, has scored a run, has a hit in 2 at-bats.
You see Contreras go through a batter like Dexter Fowler, just boom, boom, boom. And you think, okay, if we can just get him consistent in that fashion, he can really help us. Because there's no doubt that this kid has the arm and the ability from a stuff perspective to pitch up here. But really it comes down to consistency, concentration, focus, however you want to describe it. But you have to do it more than just 1 or 2 batters every ball game.
Schwarber, his 2nd hit of the night. Well, this guy really sticks it to his hometown team, doesn't he?
Well, you see Schwarber there. He backs off the plate. He spreads out a little bit. All he's trying to do is take the ball back up the middle and the other way with 2 strikes. Doesn't hit that ball on the barrel, but he puts it in a spot where nobody can catch it.
And the Middletown High School alum will get a nice round of applause. I'm sure he has a lot of friends and family for his 2nd go-round coming back to his hometown. Perry will come on to run for Schwarber.
Well, this is the time of the ball game where Bryant has excelled. Usually it's late, and usually it's when the game is close. Now it's 4-0 right now.
No balls and 2 strikes on Chris Bryant. Sure, Jeff Piecoro will be checking following the game in the Reds clubhouse on Joey Votto. I don't think there's much debate at all that he has suffered tonight some kind of an injury, yet has stayed in a game.
But knowing Votto, he might not say anything about it.
You're right. You know, he talks a lot about that. Jim, what's the term about the? There's sort of a clubhouse code down there that Scott Rowland used to talk about all the time.
Yeah, he says it is a code that you keep things inside the clubhouse. That's why I almost never, if it's a slight injury, don't even ask him about it, because I know the answer.
Bryant gone on strikes.
Fastball up and away. 94 miles an hour. And when that ball's up there, tough to reach, especially out of the strike zone.
Jim, we're sitting so far away. Is that not over your left shoulder? Bob Castellini still hanging right here at the ballpark watching the Reds at midnight?
It is indeed, sitting alongside Reds minority owner Jeff Weiler, and in front of him is Dr. Timothy Krimchek, who actually performed the surgery today on Billy Hamilton. So he is in for the long haul.
Back-to-back wild pitches from Contreras. Those are the most difficult pitches to block, those breaking balls that hit into the dirt, especially when they're not in the same part of the plate where the catcher sets up. Not only does he have to shift his body, but he has to deal with the opposite spin as the ball hits the dirt.
And Carlos will work 2 scoreless innings tonight. Nice job. Reds will bat in the bottom of the 8th, trailing by 4. Herring has thrown a first pitch strike to 19 of the 24 batters that he has faced so far in the game tonight.
I don't think I've seen Dan Herring shake off a pitch yet that Miguel Montero has put down. He has just gotten the baseball, and here he comes.
You know, I realized that fella sitting down there next to Dr. Timothy Kremchek. I've had a chance to meet him a number of times. He is one of, if not the most famous, he is certainly one of the most famous sports psychologists in American sports history. Primarily with golfers, but in recent years has started to do a lot of work with baseball teams, and he does some work with the Reds. Dr. Bob Rotella. There's a high fly ball in a straightaway center field. One away in the inning.
Well, you would think as much emphasis as we put on the game of baseball from a coaching standpoint, a developing standpoint, a statistical standpoint, and as much money as we spend on the technology, everybody says, well, most people will say that this game is 95% mental and the rest is talent. Wouldn't you think it would bode well to have a guy like that around your clubhouse? Now, granted, it's not the accepted practice from a player's standpoint that you want to have a guy out in the open that you're talking to, a guy that's talking to you about your confidence in your head. But surely it would bode well for any ball club.
There's a double by Tucker Barnhart. Dr. Bob Rotella has coached the winners now, not the runner-up, not the third-place finisher, the winners of more than 74 major championships in men's, women's, and senior professional golf. Darren Clarke to win the British Open, Keegan Bradley to win the PGA. I mean, he has quite a clientele list. Tom Kite, Brad Faxon, Paul Azinger, on and on and on and on. That's all for Heron after allowing the one-out double in the 8th. He pitched a splendid ball game here tonight. This will be our Skyline Chili call to the pen. Cubs lead 4-0.
Produced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
24-year-old right-hander Carl Edwards Jr. He goes by CJ, making his 4th big league appearance, and it's coming here in September against the Reds in a 4-0 ball game. Tom, you were talking about Bob Rotella and the just the psychology of any sport for that matter, but you were talking about golf. Golf is all about individual performance and how you handle crunch time. Baseball is a team sport, but it is wrapped around the individual performances of each individual athlete and their ability to perform in what folks like to call now high leverage situations, how they handle the pressure, how they handle the newness of the game. I would think that anybody with his background would tremendously help any club.
1-2 the count. In fact, one of the golfers he works with, Arrington, the last name, has won back-to-back British Open titles, 3 all told, I believe. Gave one of the jugs you win for that to Dr. Rotella. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Duvall.
And ultimately, the thought process, and you hear it so many times, slow the game down. That has to come in between your ears. It's not something that you can physically do. You have to do it mentally. And a lot of that is taking the pressure off of yourself and applying it to the individual that's at the plate, or if you're a hitter, applying it to the individual on the mound.
1-2 the count. Got him swinging for the second out of the inning. Well, we're counting down. Jim Day was talking about this tonight. To face off for the Columbus Blue Jackets. Opening night right around the corner, taking on the New York Rangers. 10 days away, the Blue Jackets, here on Fox Sports Ohio. You a hockey guy, Cowboy? How do you say that, Jim Day? A hockey guy? How do you say that?
Hockey guy.
I live in Mississippi. Does that answer that question? We don't play hockey where I live.
Ryan Pena, the pitcher. I'll bet you have a minor league team.
We do not
You don't
have a minor league team.
No.
We used to, and I liked it. But all they did was fight. I mean, they dropped the puck, they dropped the gloves. That was the entertainment.
So in 1 on Pena, batting for Contreras. And there's strike 2.
I've never quite understood in hockey, as in soccer, why you can't kick the ball or serve the puck to the other end of the ice, and if nobody's down there, you blow the whistle. In basketball, you throw the ball down there and you can snowbird those fellas.
Jam shot right at the second baseman, and that'll end the inning. Well, I'm sure many philosophers through the years have debated that exact same topic. Live on Fox Sports Ohio. All you need to know to get ready for that day or night's game. Reds Live presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. We come your way tomorrow, 30 minutes before the first pitch. John Lester, left-hander, against Anthony DeSclafani, who has been, ever since the trades of Cueto and Leake, he has been the Reds' #1 pitcher. You know, Iglesias got on that great run, but DeSclafani has answered the bell since the very start of the year, and this is his first full major league season.
And as we were talking about earlier with Danny Herron getting to the 10-win plateau, trying to get to the 10-win plateau in tonight's ball game, you would think that Anthony DeSclafani would love to do the same here in his rookie season.
Sure.
I mean, double-figure wins is no easy task.
Now, the Reds have lost 9 consecutive games. So having that golden left arm down there in that bullpen of Aroldis Chapman has been infrequently used for trying to fill his job description, and that is to save games.
And a lot of the games that Chapman has pitched in as of late have been very similar to what we're seeing now, where he's just come in to get an inning of work in a ball game that was a little out of hand. I mean, 15 times in the last 51 ball games. It's not real efficient use for your closer, and you'd sure love to have it for a guy like this if you're in a pennant race, but the Reds are anything but.
That one is dumped into left center field, and out there to get it is Suarez. That takes care of the pinch hitter to Norfield. Chapman had saves the 2 Milwaukee games on the 18th and the 19th. He has 3, 4, 5, 6 saves here in the month of September. Those 2 saves he had consecutively in Milwaukee on the 18th and the 9th. The 19th was the last time the Reds won a game. They've had 3 losing streaks of 9 games
in 2015.
Yes. Today, if they're unable to rally in the 9th, would be a season-long, season worst 10-game skid. Swing and a miss by Miguel Montero. Can't help but wonder as we get down to these final 6 games, including tonight, 5 beginning tomorrow, and the next 2 days will be the final 2 home games for the Reds here in 2015. Might this be the final series that Aroldis Chapman ever comes running out of that Reds bullpen to pitch in a Cincinnati uniform? It's a legitimate question. It is one that was bandied about a great deal at the All-Star break. You know, would the Reds try and move Chapman? Some said they were, certainly interested in at least talking to teams, that they did, and there are some unnamed sources that made the statement the Reds were asking for the sun, the moon, and the stars, and those teams weren't willing to make that move. Now, whether that's true or not, we don't know. Because one thing that has been consistent about the entire Walt Jocketty era, going back to his days in St. Louis, is that he has surrounded himself with, his people, and there are no leaks that come out of that office.
Well, you would think that any team that is in the hunt at the point in time that the trade deadline comes around, you don't really want to trade someone that's on your big league roster and disrupt the type of momentum that you have. And I think with a chip like Aroldis Chapman, you should get some serious return. And some big league players that you know can come in and help you, that are under club control, young players that are slam dunks to be able to play in the big leagues. Now, the offseason, that changes because you're trying to restructure your club. If you're going to add a guy like Aroldis Chapman, then you have a point where you can add a closer of his magnitude. And then if you have to give up a piece, a key piece on your club, you have time to replace him. Trade deadline, you don't normally have that, and you don't want to disrupt really the momentum that your club has at that point in time.
Runner goes, and a ground ball down to third. Play will be the first, and that's the second out of the inning. You know, you can sit there and nobody's right, nobody's wrong ultimately. I mean, just because somebody disagrees with the way you look at something doesn't make them wrong in a case like this with Chapman. For those who would argue, you know, you got to bring it back. I mean, you have to have somebody to close games. And if you're going to be a team that's rebuilding, you know, it's not like he can walk out the door next year. They would have an option on him, if I'm not mistaken, for the following year.
Yeah, they still have him under club control.
So,
but that's also what makes him ultra popular in the trade market.
Without a doubt. I mean, you can see both sides of it.
And there are folks that would say, well, why do you need a closer of Chapman's magnitude when you're not winning and not being at the upper echelon of your division? And then there are others that would say, well, you'd like to have a closer like Chapman to at least make sure that your young pitchers get a win on the days that they pitch awfully well, and you've got this guy to slam the door. See both sides of the equation.
2-0 the count on the pitcher, Edwards Jr. I don't think he came to the ballpark tonight thinking he might face Aroldis Chapman, but he's worked into a 3-0 count. Chapman's got to pretend it's Starlin Castro or somebody in there and go ahead and attack the hitter.
Check out where Edwards' feet are in the batter's box. He is way back here. He doesn't want any part of that highway 101.
I don't blame him.
I don't either. I don't think he has any intention of swinging unless he just absolutely has to.
And this ball's going to be right down the can, and that's all she wrote. Yeah. So Chapman walks a batter, fans a batter. The Reds will bat in the bottom of the ninth. Joey Votto will get one more chance to keep that on-base streak alive. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs, and by your local Toyota dealers, proud sponsor of the Cincinnati Reds. Cubs pitchers working on a 29 consecutive innings scoreless streak. Last time they had 3 straight shutouts, you've got to go back to July of 1992. I was announcing for them then, and I don't even remember that.
I was playing.
92. Those are the days of Greg Maddux pitching for the Chicago Cubs.
Yes, sir.
What's a long time ago?
Well, it's not that.
No, I'm talking in many other ways of this world. That's a long time ago.
Tell me about it.
You know, the interesting thing about this one, if they make it, and obviously we're hoping they don't. There's a fly ball to right that is outnumbered. No! Misplayed out there in right field. That's Austin Jackson, who normally is an outstanding defender. And he must have lost that ball in the lights.
Yeah, he turned sideways as the ball was slicing back to him. Looked like he was trying to get some semblance of vision on the ball. You could see him turn. He may have just misjudged it.
You know what happens to a lot of guys who play center field, and Jackson's a center fielder, when they go to the corner outfield positions, they're not used to seeing that spin on the ball.
Yeah, that slice effect.
And they'll overrun a ball.
Yeah, you're just not used to it. You'll have balls in center field that will slice a little bit away from you or a little bit towards left center, but they're not as prevalent as they are off a right-handed bat into right field or a left-handed bat into left field, slicing towards the line.
So Edwards Jr. delivers a strike. He's on in relief of Dan Haren. Haren allowed 2 hits. 3 hits, I beg your pardon. In his 7 1/3 innings here tonight, no runs. Aaron struck out 6, did not walk a batter all night. Runner at third, Reds down 4-0 and none out here in the bottom of the 9th inning. So bring in a Reds run, so the Cubs will not get 3 consecutive shutouts. Reds are on the board. On the ground out by DeJesus, plating Bourgeois. All right, so here it is, 45 consecutive games. Joey Votto has reached base. In the history of the Cincinnati Reds franchise, only Pete Rose had such streaks of 48 and 46. Votto clearly has been feeling some kind of discomfort somewhere on his frame, going all the way back to a pair of swings in the 1st inning. In fact, it led him to trying to bunt on a 2-strike pitch with 2 down and none on in the 1st, and he struck out when he fouled it away. He has since popped to right and was called out on strikes in the 7th inning. So a final chance perhaps to make it 46. And it's 3-0.
Votto doing exactly what veteran hitters do to young pitchers. He's climbing right on top of the plate and trying to create a little bit of intimidation here to young Carl Edwards Jr.
So there's ball 4 to Votto. So he has matched Pete Rose for the 2nd longest streak. He has reached base now in 46 straight games. And Rose's all-time franchise record is 48.
Looks like we'll see Travis Wood, former left-hander for the Reds.
this is a save situation. Reds have a tying run in the on-deck circle.
Just go right to his closer here, who is Hector Rondon from the right side. Well, there's only one left-hander right now that Joe Maddon is comfortable with at the end of the ball game, and he's standing on the mound right now. This is not a normal circumstance for Travis Wood. At least it has not been throughout this year. And I think with the lack of left-handed pitching out of that Cubs bullpen, Joe Maddon wants to get a good look at Travis Wood to know whether he can count on him at the end of the game or not.
Well, he's facing left-handers in Schumacher and then Bruce on deck. He starts off Skip, ball one. Double play ball should do it. And the Cubs have won the opener this series, and they pick up their 92nd win of the year. A final count tonight of 4-1. Reds Live, the post-game version, is coming up next. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.